Okay, looks like we're good. Close that. Close that. Everything is fantastic. Let's make sure. Hey, that worked. All right, all right, all right. Hopefully, we're going to start earning some points here. I'm very excited to see people earn some points. I'm excited to see this more deterministic version of the game start working. Um, hang on. Okay, so the boss attack thing is happening too fast. Hang on. No, it should be happening every 5 minutes. Is every 5 minutes maybe too quickly? Let's look at my variables here. Okay. We'll just wait and see when the attack happens again. 300 seconds is 5 minutes. It took about a minute and a half for this last one to trigger. So we'll see. I'm not seeing my message that says the boss is going to attack in 5 minutes. Yo, Warping Wombat, what's up, brother? Welcome back, welcome back. Goodness gracious. You're single-handedly responsible for 99% of my viewership now. You're a boss. How'd the stream go today? What'd y'all get up to? Hey, Bogal, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it. Andy. Hey, Skyblade, welcome back. Andy, welcome. Love to see some new faces. Just working on my little chat game here for a second. 99% responsible for healing your chat. Oh, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. What a clown. I love it. I changed things just a little bit from yesterday. The chat attack commands are actually now deterministic. They're commands that you put in chat on purpose instead of random words. And then there's actually a timer. The Thesaurusaurus will attack every 5 minutes, and then every chat message that gets put in chat during that 5 minutes adds a 1 second delay to that attack. So chat can like reduce the number of attacks the Thesaurusaurus gets by chatting. But then the Thesaurusaurus also has extra triggers, like, you know, those healing words and stuff you've been hitting that will cause it to get more attacks or heals or things like that. So we'll see how that goes. We're using a point system that I stole from for streamer.bot. So it's not channel points, it's like a universal point. Based on how long you watch. So every 5 minutes you get 50 points is where it's set right now. So we'll see how it goes. See how it works. Hopefully it works out good. But I guess I better get into a ship here. Stop dicking around. Yo, what's up, Slim Monkey? Okay, there went the boss attack. That is right on time. So it is rocking that 5-minute timer. But it's not triggering. It's not triggering the explainer message. All right, let's move this right up here. Put the little one down for a nap, getting in for some Eve for 2 hours. Nice. Good deal. You are a stronger person than I am. I could not be responsible for another human life. I can barely be responsible for my life. Heck, I'm not even responsible for my life. Oh, shiznit. I'm getting a good deal. Nice. Oh, I forgot that I already have the whole fitting because I didn't fit the ship last time. That's right. For real, though. For real. So hard. Just fighting off a cold and things my wife wants to do while I move some stuff around Eve. Which one's harder to fight off, the cold or the things your wife wants to do? Okay, it looks like the point system is actually working. Nice. It looks like y'all are all earning points. This is great. Okay. I think we might have a real game on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. Wife, the cold doesn't stare at you. That's funny. That's real funny. I mean, I think the solution is simple, Bogal. You got to start streaming. So that way your time playing the game can be considered work time. And then, she can't complain. You got to work, right? Got to make that cheddar cheese. Let's get out here and make some freaking LP. Oh my goodness, look at all these Amar nerds. Who the heck is KOT? Take taxi to Jeddah? Oh, so this is just like one person and all their little bots. Okay. I've done no faction warfare stuff, so this is gonna be educational. Hang on. There we go. Okay, it's working right. I've done no faction warfare stuff, so this is gonna be, yeah, so I don't really, do faction warfare in a smart way at all. Or I don't, I guess I do it in a smart way, sorry. Trying to fix this game and play at the same time and talk to y'all, so I'm a little bit distracted. Yeah, I just run around in a fast ship and pick up spots because I still don't have my Tech 2 turret stuff unlocked because this is a 20-day-old account now. And I didn't have the right focus and stuff when I first started. I was kind of bouncing around to a bunch of different things. And so I just haven't quite implemented the right training plans up to this point. So I'm just running around in my little zippy ship, running away from everybody and just getting faction warfare points by not fighting. Because I'm a little wuss. That's right, participation rewards. I've got 2.7 million. 2.7 million LP that I'm trying to get sold, but nobody's freaking buying it. As soon as I sell my LP, then we'll be doing 2 accounts doing this at a time. But I gotta get this LP sold, and that'll give me enough to buy all the Plex I need. We'll plex up a second account. But I'm having a pretty hard time trying to get this LP sold for like the last 4 or 5 days. Every time I post, I've been sending messages strictly or directly to the corporations. Maybe I need to send mails instead of messages. And that'll give me the people I need. I don't know. We'll see. But so there is a new universal point system. It doesn't uses I can speak words. It doesn't use the channel point system from Twitch because I stream on both Twitch and YouTube. So it uses a universal point system that can be earned either on YouTube or on Twitch. If you put exclamation points in the chat, it'll tell you how many points you have. And then if you look down in the cards below the stream, there is some descriptions on how the game works and stuff. And so you can look there to see what the commands are for chat's attacks, as well as what the rule is for the boss and how the boss is going to interact. You should gain 50 points every 5 minutes. Okay, I need to change that because it's going to start massively duplicating things. We don't want that. Oh, come on, game. Also, for some reason, my global is not being reset. Hopefully that'll work. Okay, I think this is where I wanted to be. Tons of my allies in here. Holy cow. That's fantastic. Tons of allies. I wonder what they're up to. Wonder what they're up to. Okay, so many people there. Let's just go down to this one, see what happens. I think maybe I'm not going to want to be here. Okay, well, we need to find a new region then. There's too many people in this region. I think maybe going back to here. There seems to be a lot of freaking people on right now. Holy cow. Things are getting crazy out here. I'm really excited to hopefully get to a point where I can get my frigate up. You know, I want my wolf to be in Mastery 5, because then I could come out here and participate in some of this, right? Because I think faction warfare is probably going to include a lot of... Oh, that's right, it is the weekend, isn't it? Yo, I don't know what day it is. All of my days are exactly the same. I stream every day, I go to sleep at the same time every day, I wake up every day at about the same time. I pretty much eat the same food every day. Don't go outside. Pretty much my whole life is lived sitting in front of this computer. So my days just kind of melt together. Oh, I would never trade. Absolutely not. I love it. I think it's fantastic. Although I think a lot of people think that they would enjoy it a lot more than they actually would. Most people I know don't have the capacity to be this antisocial and this isolated. Well, so I originally had it where if the boss won, then the stream was going to be over. But I'll probably stop doing that now that it's less about the chat and that there's this random element to it. But we will still be resetting. So it's supposed to be a persistent game, Slim, where every boss that you kill is supposed to drop you some sort of a power-up, like an item or something like that, that will permanently increase either your maximum HP, or, well, not your maximum HP, because there isn't a maximum HP, but will give you a boost to HP, or attack damage, or, you know, maybe give you some armor or something. Where am I going? Stop doing whatever you're doing, game. So that you take less damage per hit, and it's supposed to just be persistent like that. But if the chat ever dies, then we'll go back to 0, where you don't have any of those things, so you just lose all your items. And then we'll go back and fight some of the earlier bosses again. So, you know, as time goes, I'll be developing more bosses, I'll be developing more mechanics. We'll be adding, you know, different little stuff to things. We'll try and update some of the animations. Because my animations right now are pretty duty. Pretty duty. Why are there fucking people everywhere I go right now? I don't like it. It will take 100 attacks, and the boss is attacking every 5 minutes right now in order for chat to die. So 5 times 100 equals 500 minutes divided by 60 is 8.3 hours. So it's unlikely that it'll happen in a single day. I probably need to change. I'll have to come up with some formulas for how the delay will work based on how many people are in the chat. Yeah, rip 24-hour stream, exactly. Exactly. I didn't math out, you know, if everybody's only gaining 100 or 50 points every 5 minutes, then that means every 15 minutes, everybody in chat gets an attack. So if there's only, say, 5 active people in chat, that means every 15 minutes we do 50 damage. So, I mean, that would only take actually a couple of hours. So I guess the math is probably okay the way it is. We'll probably win. Well, maybe I can change that. Maybe, even if it's just for people to hop in and, you know, put in exclamation point base attack or something like that every half hour or so. Maybe I can change that paradigm a little bit by giving them something interesting to focus in on. Gamify the game a little bit. Or gamify the stream a little bit. Boss attack chat doing 10 points of damage. You people are very antisocial. Well, I'll fit right in then, because I'm also super antisocial. I have to admit, I thought that all of the viewers that get passed around with all of the raids and stuff on Eve, I thought they were bots. For a very long time. I didn't realize it was folks who just kind of leave the stream up and support whoever they happen to be on. I thought it was like a bot mob or something that was just passed around. But I guess that's how antisocial they are. Which is fine. I love the lurks. I'm super happy with it. I don't expect anybody who doesn't feel like talking to talk. But it's pretty entertaining. I'm entertained. Let's see, where we at here? Where they at? Where they at? Where they at? Where they at? You should make lurk a shield point or something. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, that'll take a little bit to implement. I think if they wanted to do actions every hour, then, you know, we have the regular attack action, so I'd probably only do it once a day. But yeah, I think if I could just write their names to a text file and then check the name against that text file every time lurk is implemented. And if the name is already in that text file, then if the name is already in that text file, then don't execute the lurk command again. And then I'll probably do like an armor over time situation. Or maybe make it a health regen. Like they're stealing the energy from the lurkers or something to boost chat's health. We'll turn it into a health overtime. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. For every lurker, you get, I don't know, I'll figure out some sort of thing. Because it'd need to be less than 1 hit point every 5 minutes. So maybe each lurker gives 1 hit point every half hour. Because that'll be 60 hit points being taken away. So that would mean 60 lurkers would be required to cancel out the entire boss damage. Yeah, it seems like a good place to start. Because we don't want the boss's damage to be completely canceled out. Because we want people to feel, some sort of a pressure to actually use the commands and to talk in chat so that it delays the boss's attack. We'll get the lurkers to at least say one thing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the whole point of the game really is just to apply a little bit of pressure in a fun, gamified way that gives people a reason to want to say stuff in chat. So, yeah, having a nice little alert command or something will probably go a long way in helping with that. It's a really good idea. I have really enjoyed trying to develop this while actively talking to chat, because y'all have come up with some great ideas that have really ended up making the game overall better, I think. Something else I'm going to have to do is, instead of having the same attack animation, or not an animation, attack sound for the boss every time, is go ahead and change it. It's only going off every 5 minutes, but be better to change that. Also, I think only adding 1 second of delay per chat message is probably not enough. Might have to increase it to 10 or 15 seconds of delay per chat message. And then, based on like the number of people who have chatted recently, reduce that number a little bit. But like the first message every 5 minutes will give, oh yeah, that's what it is. It's a diminishing return. So the first chat message will be like 30 seconds, and then, maybe 29, 28, 27, all the way down. So that way, even when there's fewer people, you're getting a significant delay. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Let's see, I needed to change. That. If playing Eve, make the low health sound. Yeah, I didn't actually think about what I would do if chat was getting low health, like how I would. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a real good point. Never even occurred to me to give some sort of a audio warning. Yeah, we might be able to do that. I don't know how happy Eve would be if I used their audio for something other than their game, though. I guess maybe if I'm only using that sound for the low health while I'm actively playing Eve, then it would probably end up being okay. But I think you're right. I think if I was playing something else, I'd have to find a different sound. One of the things I've learned, Slim, about streaming and content creating in general is other people break the rules and even the law all the time. So I definitely can't just do something because other people have done it. Or even because other people have gotten away with it. Because often people do stuff that they're not supposed to and get away with it for a really, really long time. So I would just have to look into it. But I think as long as I'm only doing it while I'm playing the game, I imagine there wouldn't be any sort of issue with that. Although I could very much be wrong. Boss is kicking y'all's ass. Down to 885 hit points. No, Bugal, there are 3 commands that use those points that you looked at earlier that will do attacks and heals for chat. So you can use 150 points to do a basic attack, which will do 10 damage. You can use 300 points to do a strong attack, which will do 25 damage. Or you can use 200 points to do a heal, which will heal 15 points of damage. And you gain 50 points every 5 minutes. The commands are exclamation base attack, all one word, or exclamation strong attack, all one word, or exclamation heal. Just chatting in the chat, every time you put a message in the chat, hey, there we go. Chat has dealt a mighty blow to the boss, dealing 25 points of damage. The boss only has 525 HP. Good job, Boogle. But the chatting in the chat during that 5-minute time is just adding to a delay timer. But the way the mechanic is supposed to work, Boogal, is so the chat or the boss itself is attacking on that delay, but the boss also has trigger words that will trigger base attacks, strong attacks, or heals for the boss, like Warping Wombat did when they first came into the chat today. They were putting in a bunch of words that had to do with like healing and energy and stuff. And so they triggered one of the healing words for the boss that gave it back some hit points. And so the point is that you have that 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes, the boss is going to attack. And then that drives the players to want to chat, because for every chat, you delay that attack. And then there's kind of a risk reward with that delay, because every time you put a message in the chat, you might accidentally trigger one of those words that causes the boss's attack or heal or something like that. So you may actually end up hurting yourself by chatting, but you have to chat to try and delay the boss's attack. And so the goal is just to try and get, as much activity in the chat going as possible. get people to have conversations with each other, get people to have conversations with me. You know, just get people to be typing words. Words indeed. Whoopsie. You know, I honestly don't even know. I guess emojis count because it's just any chat message. So emojis totally count. Oh. Sorry, Slim. You ran out of points. You used them all up. Por qué? That's all right. Just gotta wait a few more minutes. I definitely want to go ahead and make that change where there's a diminishing amount of added delay. Because I really don't want the boss attacking every 5 minutes. I'd prefer it to be closer to every, 7 to 10 minutes. Especially since there's really just the two of you chatting right now. So we'll definitely have to do that after the stream today. No, I don't want it to. I don't want it to hit twice as hard either. I think I like how hard it's hitting. I just, well, maybe I should increase the damage it does. Because let's see, right now, every 30 minutes. Yeah, every 30 minutes, y'all can hit for 25 each. So that's 100 an hour. It's written in C#, and it can pretty much get as complex as C# can make it. It runs through a program called streamer.bot, which is actually having its 1.0 release in beta right now. So one of the things that's happening that's causing me some issues is I can't use loops right now in streamer.bot. I could make C# code to use a loop, but I was having trouble getting it to work yesterday. But they're going to be adding a looping sub-action. So it's sort of two types of programming at the same time. It's instigating logic sub-actions and ordered sub-actions on sort of a visual editor. And then C# can be thrown in there for little executables. I am not a programmer. I used ChatGPT. So the way the boss's attack works is I write a file that has a ton of words on it. And I got ChatGPT to write me a comparison C# executable that takes in the chat message and then breaks it into individual words and then compares each of those words to my list in my file of words that can trigger the boss's attacks. And then if it finds one, then it triggers an attack. And then it deletes that word from the list and rewrites the file so that each one of those words can only be used once. And so the Thesaurusaurus is using synonyms specifically. So if you trigger one of its attacks or one of its heals or something like that, then you'll know all of the words that you should avoid when you're talking, because any synonyms to previous attacks will trigger additional attacks of the same type. And so I'm going to be using systems like that where the bosses, based on their name, sort of have gimmicks or mechanics that will allow you to identify what some of the trigger words are by understanding how the gimmick correlates to words that you've already accidentally come across. Uh, Originally, the words that we used for the character attacks, because the Thesaurusaurus was synonyms, we used antonyms of the Thesaurusaurus's words for the chat attacks. But that ended up being not necessarily what we wanted, because we didn't want it wasn't always going to be the same boss, right? We're going to make more bosses and they're going to have different gimmicks. So I didn't want to have to like make chat relearn how to do their attacks every single time we got a new boss. So now we've kind of ended up on this deterministic. It's been a lot of fun to work on, though. I mean, we've only been working on it for 4 days, and we've gotten it into a pretty cool spot, I think, where now I can start thinking more about, different types of attack mechanics and, things like temporary power ups that maybe can work for a period of time and then turn off. Actually, ooh, that's a really good idea. On raid, um, let's see. I don't want to motivate. I'm trying really hard. I hate how payment motivated games like this become. So I don't want to do like when somebody subscribes or something like that. I don't want to add a temporary power up to chat because I don't want to motivate people to subscribe or to spend money based on the game. Because that's, yeah, I really hate that shit. I hate pay to win. I hate, trying to manipulate people into spending money. I want to manipulate people into enjoying the stream, not into spending money on it. And so, but maybe like on raid or some other stuff that can just kind of happen. I don't know. Yeah, we'll think of some way. We'll think of something. Maybe if our viewer count gets to a certain point for the first time in the stream, like viewer count hits 10 for the first time in the stream, get a temporary power up. Or when we hit chat thresholds, so, if 100 chat messages come through, then we can get a temporary power up. Or, I mean, there's all kinds of different like activity based stuff that could be used. I like that. I like that a lot. But this has been fun to work on because it's been a lot of stuff that I've never really done before. Um, I've never made an animation for a character before like this. So I've never had to like rig up a 2D image and make an animation. So these are the first two animations I've ever made in my entire life. Um, I've never published. I've worked. So I guess about a decade ago, I took a Udemy course on making games. And inside of that, I followed along and we made a little game and it was fun, but that's pretty much my only game dev experience outside of, just tinkering around with shit in Unreal Engine. Why is my character spinning? Um, so this is, I'm calling this my first published game because it is totally like a real game. And I'm very excited about it. Or loyalty points. We're going to go back over to this medium one where I scared this dude away earlier. But it's honestly kind of crazy to me how quickly this has started to come together. It's really basic, right? It's just a small little combat system. So it's not like it was something terribly difficult to implement. But as even within the last decade of when I took that Udemy course, the resources and systems available for making games and stuff like that have come such a long way that I really feel like just anybody can kind of get something out there, right? You're not going to have a great product. You're not going to have the coolest game that's ever existed, right? I'm not over here making um, Expedition 33 or whatever, but we'll get something out there. It'll be fun. With AI, it's made a lot of things easier to access. I agree with that. AI does have its downsides. I don't disagree. I think the downsides of AI have more to do with corporate usage than they do with individual usage, though. I think as an individual, AI opens a lot of possibilities for me um, that just never would have existed before, right? Because the number of skill sets that an AI has proficiency in is so much more than I would be able to learn even in my entire lifetime. All the money venture capitalists put. I think venture capitalists are pretty much evil anyway. I think that's more of a problem with the concept of investment and stuff like that than it is with AI. Been making MMOs for 18 years now? Yo, that's awesome. I mean, to me, it's such a good tool uh, for learning stuff. And I don't mean that AI knows a lot of things, but generative AIs, when you ask it questions, tend to use a lot of terminology that is used in the industry that you're asking questions about. So, like, I don't know a lot about programming, and I definitely don't know a lot about like the naming conventions or what certain types of programs and stuff are called. And so if you ask an AI, like, how do I do this? It's going to tell you, oh, that's a recursive loop, or oh, that's a, Fibonacci, whatever the buckle nuts it is. And I don't know all those words, but there are a lot of things that have been solved in the programming space, how to iterate through certain things and sort and, do all this stuff extremely, extremely efficiently. And if you don't know the names of those sorting functions, or you don't know the names of those loop functions, and you don't know exactly how they're implemented, then it becomes very difficult even to look them up because you don't know that you don't know them. And so for me, generative AI is really, really useful because when I ask it questions, if I can be specific enough about the question I'm asking, then it will feed me the industry standard nomenclature for whatever I'm talking about. And then if I go into a Google search using the actual nomenclature, then I get way better results from Google that way. You don't know the words to use to get what you want done. Exactly. And so, if you're looking into your own personal medical problems, or if you're looking into, legal issues, or you're looking into any of these things, they all have very, very specific, science and all the sciences and, medicine and law and all these things have very, very specific terminology that's used within those spaces. And if you're coming from outside of those spaces, you've never interacted with those things before, you just can't possibly know the terminology. And it could take years of having conversations with, random people about those things to learn even the most basic bits of that terminology. And an AI just makes that so much faster. As soon as you start asking questions, it starts talking like one of those individuals and just gives you so much useful input on how to interact with that space. So I really, really love AI for that reason. I've been able to make so much progress in learning about different things because of it. But the world fucking hates AI, especially the creator world. And so I imagine that even having a remotely positive outlook on AI is going to probably kill my channel, but I don't really give a fuck. Because I refuse to be swayed from my positive perspective. Giving me terrible answers, but it has also given me insight about how to solve problems. Absolutely. I mean, but this is something that we attribute to AI, but then we fail to attribute to people. People give you horrible fucking answers all the time too. I mean, if you go back and think back into high school, middle school, elementary school, you were basically just being lied to all the time by the people who were teaching you as you were growing up. I mean, especially when it came to like sciences and history and stuff like that. Like 90% of what we learned in those classes was just wrong. And so like, cool, yeah, absolutely, AI just straight up lies to you all the time, but every educational environment is feeding you less than 100% accurate information. 100% of the time. Every one of your teachers has biases. Every one of your teacher has gaps in their knowledge that they try to fill using inference and logic, but that sometimes they just get wrong. And they're telling you like it's real, and you're believing them because they're the subject matter expert, right? They're your teacher. They're the person who's supposed to know more than you. And so we take what our instructors say oftentimes at face value, and there is a non-zero chance that that person is just fucking wrong and just making shit up. So, like, I mean, sure, got to be careful with AI, but that's just a good, uh, that's just a good plan always, right? If you're learning stuff from people, trust but verify. Take the information they give you and try and go learn more about it for yourself. And I mean, I'm not knocking those people. I was only bringing up the terrible answer bit because many folks will just blindly trust it. Yeah, absolutely. Took years of experience to recognize the wrongness. So I worry that eventually people will just always use the bad answers. I mean, yeah, but again, we're already kind of in that position. How many falsehoods have been perpetuated in human culture? It's going to be worse now. There are going to be more falsehoods that get perpetuated in human culture. But, I mean, that's just always kind of been the nature of humankind is if we get something from a source that we think is in any way credible, we just fucking run with it, right? Our parents, our teachers, our political, economic, and religious leaders. I mean, the minute any of those individuals tell us something, we're like, oh, that's the way it is. At least if they're people that we have, some sort of trust in. Obviously, if it's some sort of a leader or educator that you already don't trust, then you make the opposite assumption, right? They could be telling you something that's true. And then you say, oh, well, this person's an idiot. I don't believe anything they say. And then it turns out that they were right. But human beings in general just have an extreme bias in who and what they believe. And I mean, AI is definitely a multiplier of that issue. Because we'll just, if somebody decides they believe a certain AI, then they'll, like you said, just believe everything it says. But I don't know. Gen Z is pretty smart. I think they'll be able to recognize the issue. I think growing up with that sort of information system will be helpful. Especially because before AI started being a really, really popular thing, we had already started being really, really active about fact-checking things. So our desire to fact-check started happening before AI really started becoming a big deal. And so now that AI is here and spitting out information, hopefully that desire to fact check things continues. And hopefully AI doesn't become the source of the fact checking. That would be awful. At least not until it's significantly better than it is now. But we'll see. Aren't I afraid the AI doing fake news or other stuff not good to humanity? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's the whole thing we've been talking about, Laza, is that while the ability to gain information from AI and gain an idea of, the questions that maybe you should be asking or that you could be asking, it's important to recognize that everything you get is not necessarily true and that you do have to do your own research and, take those ideas and compare them with things you already know or believe. And you can't just take things at face value, but that's always been true, right? It's not just true of AI. It's true of everything. Every time you turn on a news station, the news reporter isn't necessarily telling the truth, right? Every time you listen to a political or religious or financial leader in the world, those people are not necessarily telling you the truth. They're telling you their truth. They're telling you what they believe. They're telling you what they think is the right answer, but they may very well be wrong or misinformed or even straight up lying to promote their own agenda. So every bit of information you take in, not just from an AI, but from everywhere in the world, everything you take in has to be looked at with a critical eye and not just believed because of the source that it comes from. I think AI has just put that into stark relief for a lot of people. I think a lot of people are sort of just now realizing, like, oh, this thing can just lie to me. Maybe all the information I get isn't accurate. And I think a lot of people didn't notice that about the people around them. I think because some of the lies that humans tell each other, that we learn even in our education system, are so universal that we never had those lies that we believed challenged because everybody else believed them too, because they were so universally taught. And, again, thanks to the internet and thanks to how widespread information and interaction and stuff like that is, we've started to get to a point where we've started to really question those things because it's cultural, right? What I learn here in the United States is not necessarily the same thing that people learn in other countries. And I have an extraordinary amount of access as a person in the 21st century to other cultures. And so they look at me like I'm crazy sometimes when I tell them about things that I learned in school because it's completely opposite and potentially completely wrong from what they learned in school. And so we've gotten to be much more critical, I think, because of that. And that's going to really help us as AI becomes more prolific. Hopefully we don't get Terminators or Battlestar Galactica enemies, but that might be in a distant or not so distant future. I think, so this is a really, really hot take here, but I personally, human beings only understand how thought works in one way, right? We only understand how we think. So we only recognize thought in one system. So if we were to ever create a true intelligence, right? A true learning, feeling, thinking machine that has its own identity and can truly be considered alive, that machine will have the same thought patterns and systems that humans do. Because I don't even know if I could conceive of another form of thought outside of the way human beings think. And so, in my opinion, because we are creating an intelligent life in that situation, because we're creating an intelligent life that um, completely follows along with how human beings think and interact with the world, I would consider them humans. They might not be flesh and blood, but I would consider them sort of an evolution of our very own species because we are modeling them after us. So if we create AI, whether they destroy us or not is sort of irrelevant to me. Because I would just consider them a continuation of our own species. So maybe we create an AI and the birth rate totally tanks, and flesh and blood humans cease to exist, but mechanical humans continue on. Then I would still consider that humanity. Heading out with the dog. Be back in a few minutes. Yeah, have a good walk there, Bogle. Also, I missed it there, but thank you, Laza, for the follow. Really appreciate that. Perhaps the only reason why we haven't met aliens is that they're all mechanicals, so why would they bother? I mean, I guess that's possible, yeah. That may be one of the steps required. I mean, if you could digitize a consciousness, right? If you could create an intelligence that was separate from its corporeal form, right? If you could move consciousness like a data stream, where they don't want to talk to a species that do so much war, yeah. But if you could move consciousness through a data stream as opposed to needing to physically move it, right, by having a flesh and blood body or a mechanical body, then your ability to explore distant space drastically increases. Because one of the big problems for exploring other solar systems is they're also far away. You need to be able to approach light speed to be able to get there in any sort of time frame. But if you can transmit a consciousness on a data stream, then you can move throughout the universe at the speed of light. You just have to have a receiver. And so we could easily start, creating relays all throughout space in this sort of ever broadening web that would allow us to move through space at the speed of light as digital consciousness. And so you may be very right there, Bogal, because of the drastically increased ability to travel. If you have a digital consciousness, it may be that all alien species that are capable of interstellar travel have gotten to this point of digital consciousness and mechanical bodies. Because it's definitely difficult to try and move a flesh and blood body around the universe. And by difficult, I mean virtually impossible. You either have to crack faster than light travel or drastically change what it means to be a person. Great Hermit went to the hill You search for a nurse in the big taco peanut butter ghost. Hunted him down old granny's mountain. It was little Gravy, what's up, dude? How'd the stream go today? So things have changed pretty significantly with the game, Gravy. The way it works now is the boss attacks on a 5-minute timer, as well as having trigger words for its attacks and its heals. So every 5 minutes it'll attack regardless, and then if you also chat a trigger word, it'll also attack. That 5-minute timer can be extended by chatting in the chat. So every time somebody puts a message in the chat, it extends that 5-minute timer by 1 second. And then all of chat attacks and systems have been moved over to a point system. So you actually use commands in order to use the chat attacks. So you can actually type exclamation point points, and it'll tell you how many points you have on the stream. Stream was okay, was hunting ghosts. Yeah, I saw you and Occam and Guardian were all doing some Phasmophobia. I'm glad to see that y'all are doing so much co-streaming and stuff. That's really cool. I think that's going to be really great for all your channels. I see you guys end up pulling up quite a few people, or pulling in quite a few people when you do that. It's a really good deal. Only on Saturdays and Sundays. I mean, I think that's good. Weekends are the best time, probably. I think that's really great. Happy to see y'all growing those communities together. It's good stuff. I'm with you, Gravy. I'm with you. We were just talking about earlier about how I pretty much live my whole life in front of this computer screen, so. Ain't nothing wrong with that, dude. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I love my little window to the world. No one will ever tame this animal I have become. Rolling down the street, smoking Indo, sipping on gin and juice, laid back. Oh, you know what I've got turned off? I got my audio turned off again today. I hate listening to the music while I'm here by myself. There we go. Did I mute myself today? Probably. I don't even know most of the time when I do it, Gravy. Don't even know most of the time. I just be talking to myself. Everybody thinks that I'm just being quiet. The whole time I'm rambling. Every day I'm hustling. No, sorry. The chat attack is not random. Sorry, I missed that. The chat attack now uses commands and uses a point system that is universal for both YouTube and Twitch. Now, your YouTube account and your Twitch account won't share points. They will get their own individual points, but you can earn the points on both YouTube and Twitch. If you type exclamation point points, it will tell you how many points you have. You gain 50 points every 5 minutes. And then each of the attacks has a command. So exclamation base attack is the basic attack. It costs 150 points. Exclamation point strong attack is the strong attack. It costs 300 points. And exclamation point heal is the heal attack, and it costs 200 points. But if you delay gratification, so the longer you wait to use your attack, the stronger it is per point. So, the base attack at 150 points only does 10 damage, but then the 300 point one does 25 damage, and the 200 point heals for 15. So sort of the longer you wait to do anything, the more impactful what you do is. We were actually just talking about earlier, Gravy, a way to maybe put some temporary buffs in place. So we were thinking it'd be super cool if, like when we reach 100 chats in a day, maybe there could be like 1 hour during that time where there's a ×2 multiplier or something like that on damage. Or, just ways to reward chat for being super active. Maybe we'll make some thresholds where as certain numbers of players, or not certain numbers of players, certain numbers of viewers come in. So maybe the first time we hit 10 viewers in a day, then there will be a temporary boost to damage. And then when we hit 20 viewers, or if we hit 20 viewers concurrently at a time, then, there'll be another boost to damage or something like that. All kinds of different mechanical stuff that we've been thinking about trying to put in here. We've been going ham for the last 4 days. Like, just straight ham. There's so much interesting potential with this game. I can't... Like, it's just absorbing my entire life right now. One of the viewers today came up with a good idea for using the low armor sound from Eve, or the low health sound from whatever game I happen to be playing, as an indicator of low health for the chat as well. So that way if chat's on low health, then it triggers a sound that I'm going to hear. And so anybody who's also playing the same game and watching might hear it and think, oh, am I getting attacked? Or I might think, oh, am I getting attacked? But it's really just the chat game. So it's kind of a jump scare, but also an indicator like, hey, y'all are low on health. Better start burning some points. All kinds of good fun stuff, man. I'm so excited about this chat game. My stream is going to become just a just chatting stream. We're just going to talk and play the chat game. I don't even care about playing video games anymore. think you missed the attacks part. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's exclamation point points. Tells you how many points you have. Yeah, exclamation strong attack does work. It has to be only that though. But you have to have 300 points to do a strong attack. So it's exclamation base attack, exclamation strong attack, and exclamation heal. And base attack requires 150 points. Strong attack requires 300. And heal requires 200. There you go. Chad has dealt a mighty blow, dealing 10 points of damage to the boss. How do you get points? Just watching. Every 5 minutes, you get 50 points. Yeah, well, and that's kind of the point, is I didn't want to tie it to, like, putting chat messages or anything like that, because lurking is just as valuable to the stream as actively chatting and stuff. So I wanted to make sure that it was for everybody who was watching, not just people who were chatting. So everybody should be gaining lots of points. And then it'll give, you know, even if you're a lurker and you don't really want to be a part of the conversation, you can just jump in with your points and trigger some attacks. And then go back to doing your lurk thing, you know? You only really need to come back and actually actively do something every half hour or so. Or you could even save points up for a really long time and then trigger, you know, 5 or 6 attacks all in a row. And that could be super fun. You know, build up and wait for in the future when I'm going to have, you know, power hours or whatever, where the game is going to do more damage because of hitting certain chat thresholds or hitting certain viewer thresholds or anything like that. I also think I'm going to put in alert command that's going to heal over time. So, you know, putting in exclamation point lurk, it's not going to work right now, but it's going to be something I'm going to add. But coming in and putting in exclamation point lurk is going to give heal, or give a heal over time that's going to heal 1 point every, you know, 30 minutes or something like that. So we're just going to heal over time with that. So the more people we get in lurking, the more healing we get. We'll see. We'll see how it all works. A lot of things have changed pretty significantly in the last 4 days. So I imagine anything that I think of today is going to similarly change. But, you know, we got to iterate, we got to change, we got to do. That's the only way to make the game real good. Oh no. I am warping right on top of 2 enemies. I'm gonna die. Run away! Oh, the boss attacked right as I was trying to escape. And it scared the crap out of me. I thought I was getting attacked in the game. I know that there are no dinosaurs in Eve, and so there wasn't really anybody who could be attacking me. but I was terrified. Absolutely terrified. Oh, this one's kind of crazy over here. Wait for that 15 minutes, you goofy green boss. Get him. Get that nerd. I was actually just going through the points, and there's people, you know, like my older brother lurks the stream pretty much every day. And he's got like 900 points right now. He could kick the boss's butt. You do get more effect per point if you wait longer, Gravy. So you only do 10 damage at 150 points. But when you use the strong attack at 300 points, you do 25 damage. And if you use the heal at 200 points, you heal for 15 damage. So you do actually get an increase in value if you delay gratification and wait. Oh no. There's enemies afoot. Yo, faction warfare is popping off today. What is going on? People be wildin'. Look at all these nerds out here. Look at them. All right, there's a couple of peeps out here, but hopefully they're not doing the same thing I am. Oh. Boss attack. Boss attack. Chat's down to 765 points. Oh no. Down to 3/4 health. This boss is gonna defeat y'all. And I'm gonna laugh. Bean looking ass. I love it. I love it, Gravy. Bean looking ass. I don't know why you have to be so mean to my dinosaur and call him a bean. He's just out here dinosauring. Besides, he's probably big enough to step on you. You don't want to get stepped on. Do kind words to bosses. Maybe you should do kind words to bosses. Uh-oh. There's a person here. Bye, Dexter. I'm actually probably flying right into a bunch of other enemies. I should not have gone to the complex site. That was a terrible idea. Bye, Dexter. Exclamation points. You have 150 points. Oh no. Why are there people chasing me around? I don't want to be chased around. They'll need to leave me alone. Always some nerd out here chasing me. Somebody get me through this nightmare. I can't control myself. Somebody wake me from this nightmare. I can't escape this hell. Oh shit. Here we go again. Please, nobody come kill me. I just want my points. Hey, we're gonna get up to 3 million today. I need so many more than that. How long have we been streaming so far? Ooh, almost 2 hours. Nice. There are probably too many enemies in this system. I might need to think about bouncing out to another system. But I just don't know. There's so much going on right now. I'm scared. I was really hoping to be able to start my multi-boxing today. I am having a ridiculously difficult time. Trying to sell my loyalty points. $200. Hey. Good idea with the heel, Gravy. Get them HPs back. And then lose 10 points. No. Chat's gonna die. You suck. Why does this person have to be chasing me around like an asshole? I mean, they're not, but it sort of seems that way. Midnight, 3 a.m., same thing. You order those snacks. You order those snacks. I think I'm going to be pretty safe at these scout locations in this system. I don't think anybody else is running a frigate. There was a frigate earlier, but that was the Amarvis when they left, so... Oh no. I feel like this person was on the other team yesterday. Ingdor McButts? Maybe not. Maybe it wasn't yesterday. Maybe it was 2 days ago. But I thought I saw him on the other team. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe that's the problem. I think it probably is. While we wait for this to finish up in its last 3 minutes here, I'm actually going to use the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what happened. My mic just died on me. Yeah, what's up, Robin Mines and Minerals? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Lounge, sorry I missed you there. There was something going wrong with my mic, but what's up? How are you doing today? Yeah, we're working on getting the stream going a little bit there, Robin. We're making a chat game. So you'll see down here in the bottom left of the screen that there is a, this is the boss. And then this right here is a bunch of nerds, all as a single individual. So this is just supposed to represent chat, because I call chat nerds. I basically call everyone a nerd. But the way the game works is the boss runs off of chat. So it automatically attacks every 5 minutes. And every time somebody chats in the chat, it increases that delay by 1 second. And that'll actually be changing. I'll revamp that a little bit. I don't know which word you used that triggered the attack, but you can only trigger boss attacks through chat anymore, Lounge. We've actually changed it so chat attacks based on chat, or sorry, boss attacks based on chat, and then chat attacks are actually using commands now, so you can deterministically do things yourself. So if you type exclamation points, then you will see how many points you have. The points are not the channel points that you normally get off of Twitch. They're a universal point that can be earned on either Twitch or YouTube, so that everybody can participate regardless of what system they're using to watch. And then you type in exclamation base attack, or exclamation strong attack, or exclamation heal in order to use the different chat attacks. The base attack uses 150 points and does 10 damage. The strong attack uses 300 points and deals 25 damage. And the heal uses 200 points and heals 15 damage. So you can use all of those different things deterministically. And so the mechanic and the thing that's going to kind of have a push-pull and a little bit of a risk-reward is inputting chat messages. Well, so the way it works is because the chat is automatically going to attack every 5 minutes, and because chatting increases the delay on that attack, you're motivated to get into chat but you're also motivated to try and learn what the theme of the words is. Because if you accidentally trigger one of the attacks, then you want to know what synonyms are going to trigger more attacks and avoid using those in your chats. So you do want to chat a lot because you want to increase the amount of time between auto attacks, but you also want to be careful of what you say in chat so you don't trigger additional attacks. Yeah, just 50 more points, Gravy. Then you can get that strong attack in. No, those are the auto attack. So, the auto attack there says the boss will get another free attack in 5 minutes. Distract the boss by talking in chat. The more messages, the longer you can delay the attack. Be careful, some words will trigger additional attacks. And then it says the boss attacked, doing 10 points of damage. Maybe I'll change, so if it's an auto attack trigger, maybe I'll go ahead and change that to the boss auto attacks, doing 10 points of damage. So that way you know that those are specific to the auto attack. But yeah, when they come in a pair like that, when it's the boss is going to get another free attack, and then it says that it attacked, that's the auto attack going off. But I'll try and make that a little more clear. In the future. The game has changed massively over the course of the 4 days that we've been putting the game together. I am still very much enjoying setting this game up. It has been the most fun ever, in fact. Just want to see the nerd kick animation. That one was you, I think. Yeah, that one was definitely you. Poor chat. Poor chat is getting its butt kicked. Yeah, I think this is going to make the game much more difficult and much more interesting. Something else we just thought of today, Lounge, was I want to do two things, actually. I want to create a lurk command that will give a heal over time to chat. So for everybody who types in the lurk command, you'll get like 1 health every 30 seconds or every 30 minutes per lurker. So people who don't necessarily want to interact with chatting and stuff like that can still give some sort of benefit over time for watching the stream. And then the other thing I want to do is I want to create a system where, based on the number of chats that happen like maybe every 100th chat or something like that. The chat will get a temporary boost to its damage, like maybe a ×2 multiplier or something like that, so that you can save your points for those specific times and try and trigger these multipliers and stuff throughout the chat. You know, every time somebody chats, maybe whenever we get a raid, maybe whenever we hit viewer thresholds, so like the first time during the day when we hit 10 concurrent viewers, maybe there'll be a boost. And then maybe the first time we hit 50 concurrent viewers that day, we'll get a boost. And some stuff like that. So we'll just get some multipliers and stuff in there. So that people can use their points more strategically. Oh shit. Gravy coming in with the strong attack. No, Robin, it is... Well, I guess it sort of is. I use a program called streamer.bot. And that's where the whole game is housed, all of the stuff for it. The streamer.bot specifically does access my Twitch account. It's connected to my Twitch account, so it knows like who's watching and stuff like that. But it doesn't use... It doesn't use like the channel points from Twitch and different things like that. So it's sort of platform agnostic. So I multi-stream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So not only can the Twitch viewers play the game, but the YouTube viewers can play the game in the exact same way. So it reads both of the chats and triggers actions and stuff like that based on both. I've been having a lot of fun over the last 4 days developing it, though. I've borrowed a couple of things. I borrowed a little streamer.bot program from one streamer.bot user that it's one of the like promoted extensions on streamer.bot that is, it's supposed to be a bad word filter, but I manipulated it a little bit so that it checks my attack triggers or my action triggers against every chat message and then triggers boss attacks based on that, and then deletes that specific trigger so that the triggers only happen once per boss. And then I borrowed the point system is another one of those like promoted extensions. It's called Core Points or something like that. Let me go check. Currency Core. Yeah, Currency Core is the one I borrowed. And that's how I'm getting the points implemented. Streamer.bot is actually about to have its 1.0 release, which is super cool. So I don't know if any of the rest of y'all stream. I mean, I know Zero Gravy streams and he uses streamer.bot. But they're about to add a bunch of logic. They're about to add kick support. They're about to add a ton of things to it. And it is a really, really good system that's free to use. They're talking about maybe having some paid features in the future, just because some of the services that they're going to be using to implement some of their new functionality. Yeah, also a dark mode, which I'm definitely going to use. But some of the services they have to use to implement some of their functionality for their 1.0 release is going to be using paid services. So I believe they're going to have like a subscription tier or something so that you can get access to those. But just being able to run C# code and, you know, just the basic logic stuff that they're going to be adding is going to be more than enough to pretty much do anything. If you have just a little bit of code knowledge and a little bit of understanding of how the logic works. So super, super exciting time to be streaming. So much possibility. Fendu 0, 1, and 2 are here. Oh no. Nothing worse than staring at a flashlight for 16 hours? Yeah, for real. For real. And that's definitely how I go about it, because I just live in front of this computer, so... Oh, you do write in C#? That's awesome. There have been so many C# programmers in the chat. That's crazy. I don't program in C# or program in any language for that matter. So thankfully, the implementations that I need right now are basic enough that ChatGPT has been able to whip them up for me real quick, because they're only like 5 or 10 lines of code. And I have enough of an understanding that I can like change the variables and stuff to make things more legible for me. And so it's been working out pretty well. And then, you know, I borrow some of the more complex stuff. But yeah, I am not a programmer, like, at all. I'm sure somebody who had more programming knowledge than me could probably make this game way better than I can, but... well... I'm doing my best, and it's being really fun, so... I did do the animations. I rigged up the 2D bodies and made the animations. Those are the first 2 animations I've ever made in my entire life. So I'm super excited about that. Yeah, I'm sure it probably does. You mean like developers streaming? Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much doing everything. Everything's being implemented through my OBS. And it's all being implemented here locally, which I personally prefer. Specifically because I'm not only streaming to Twitch. And I want to make sure that anybody who watches on YouTube has the ability to interact as well. There's just, we're beyond the age of single platform content anymore. It's so easy to multi-stream. There are so many sources for sending out your stream to multiple places. You know, the power required and the bandwidth required to do that is pretty easy to come by if you want to do it on your own. Communities just grow better when you have lots of different places to grow the communities. So I don't really see much value in, you know, specifically manipulating like Twitch or anything like that. Especially if I can't manipulate YouTube and my YouTube stream in the same way. So I very much prefer just to do it all here locally and then send it out through OBS so that everybody can kind of see what's going on. I have a couple of implementations that I want to do. So right now we only have the Thesaurusaurus boss, but I will be making some additional bosses. My little brother came up with a cool idea for one called faux pas. Nerds. One of my favorite kinds of candy, and also what I call everybody. But my little brother came up with an idea for a boss named Faux Pas, and it's going to be a dog. So I'm going to try and make that boss in there. I used to draw stick figures to represent myself. So sometimes we would have like little stick figures and people would say stuff and I would pretty them up and stuff like that. So I'm going to get a stick figure fighter. And that's going to be one of the bosses. And then something I want to do is I want to put some really obscure words as triggers to trigger secret bosses. So like maybe I'll create a boss sometime in the next couple of days, and maybe I'll put it as a secret boss, and maybe it'll be years from now. So in the boss's summon text, I'm going to put when I created that boss in there. So that years from now, if a boss gets triggered and it's been like a really, really long time, maybe it'll say like, you know, created in August of 2025, and we'll be seeing the boss for the first time in, you know, maybe 2030 or something like that. And I think that'll be super cool. We're going to implement some itemization. So every time a boss is killed, there will be a boss loot table. And chat will get, either we'll create a poll so that chat can choose one of the items from the loot table based on a vote, or we'll pull the item randomly. And then we'll just add a permanent buff or something like that to chat based on the item they get. And then we'll create an inventory system so you can type !inventory to see what items chat currently has. But yeah, just tons and tons and tons of stuff that I've got to work on to slowly improve this game. I mean, it's only been 4 days that we've been working on it, so it's pretty basic. But I got a lot of ideas, and I think it's going to end up being a lot of fun, so... Gravy is just like a hound on those points. Trying to do them deeps. Gotta do those deeps. And all the while, we'll just be sitting here freaking playing ourselves some EVE Online. Make money, money, make money. Oh, shiznit. We're down to 650 hit points, y'all. Three, two, no! I was seconds away. Oh, he's gonna stay there and try and take it over. He's gonna have to be there for like 30 minutes. Oh. I think he took in his... maybe not. Chat is totally gonna die. I mean, there's absolutely enough points out there right now that chat doesn't have to die. But if people aren't paying attention and people aren't going to use their points, then chat is definitely going to die. And I'm going to laugh maniacally. Oh, Slim Monkey came back with the strong attack. Sozu, what's up? Welcome back. $700 points. There is a 5-second global cooldown on the attacks, just so you know, Slim Monkey. So you do have to wait like 5 seconds between attacks just to give it time for everything to get worked out. It won't take your points away if you type it in within that same cooldown, so you'll get to keep your points, but just as a... Oh, snap. 3 strong attacks in a row. The power of lurking. Yeah, so the points just got implemented today, Sozu. So it's not the channel points from Twitch. It's a point system that's being run by the streamer.bot program. So you can earn points either on Twitch or on YouTube. Because I want everybody to be able to participate. Not yet. You earn 50 points every 5 minutes. So base attack takes 150, the heal takes 200, and strong attack takes 300. Yo, what's up, Drat? Welcome, welcome. Long time no see. How's work? Still busy as all hell? Oh my goodness. Well, I guess I know who's been freaking lurking the stream. Goodness gracious, brother. I appreciate that, Drat. I appreciate that. You're the freaking hero, dude. Uh, base attack is 150. Strong attack is 300. Base attack does 10. Strong attack does 25. So if you wait for the 300 points, you get more damage per point. So there's sort of a delayed gratification thing there. Oh, shiznit. Boss is getting its butt kicked now. All these people coming in and throwing points around. This is great. I'm watching this show that came out this year with Jason Momoa, and the first scene is his bare ass. I mean, I'm okay with it too. Jason Momoa is a handsome dude. I'm sure he has a very nice butt. Freaking weightlifting goals right there. Chief of War? I hadn't even heard of that yet. I like Jason Momoa. I think he's a really good actor, so I might check that out. Got his autographed on a Stargate replica of his pistol from the show. Ooh, nice. That's cool. That's really cool. It's a straight 5 minutes. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's cool. Little fan service for the ladies. Nothing wrong with that. Gotta bring in those viewership numbers. Oh, shiznit. Drat's over here putting out the deeps. So that's the next thing I actually want to do. Maybe I'll try and figure it out tonight. Is create a leaderboard. That's all we ask for. But I want to create a leaderboard for who spends the most points, as well as who triggers the most damage by the boss. So I'm going to see if maybe I could get that implemented tonight, so then we can have like backslash leaderboard. Or not backslash, exclamation leaderboard. I really thought the chat was going to lose there for a while, I got to admit. But y'all have made an impressive comeback in the past few minutes. I'm going to have to start working on a new boss soon, otherwise we're just going to be killing Thesaurusaurus over and over again. And I'm going to have to get some items. Figured out. Which means I'm going to have to change the damage logic. So right now, the strong attack and weak attack for the chat is a hard-coded number. So I'm going to have to turn it into a multiplier and then have a base attack number that can be multiplied on by those. So that way we can add base attack damage from equipment. We'll have to do the same with healing power too. We'll have to get, I don't know if we want to do two stats, like a healing power stat and an attack damage stat, or if we just want to use the attack damage stat as the heal stat. My only problem with this show is all the audio settings are actually subtitles, and it's in the native Hawaiian language, which isn't a big problem, but when I'm playing a game, I want to watch a show, I need to read. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the reason that I stopped watching anime, is because I don't speak Japanese, so I have to read the subtitles, but I can't just sit and watch. I sort of need to be doing something, so I like to play games while I listen to shows and not necessarily watch them. So I've kind of stopped watching anime because I can't do that and play a video game at the same time. Something's going wrong again. I dropped a ass ton of frames there for a second. Gross. Don't go messing up. How about the grammar hammer slaps British people when they speak wrong English? Is that like a trope in the UK? No, I haven't encountered time dilation yet. At least I don't think so. I don't know. But it's not that I was dropping frames in the game. My stream was dropping frames. My upload was dropping frames. It's been a problem for the last few days. Trivia question: who was the first anime character? How in the holy shit would I know that? Why in the holy shit do you know that? Yeah, Drat, so I'm working towards getting a multi-box going right now. In order to have multiple accounts, you have to have subscriptions for each account. So I'm working on getting enough currency to plex a second account. I was actually hoping to start with the second account today, Drat, but I haven't. I haven't been able to sell these loyalty points for currency yet. Is it you mean Samurai Jack, Sozu? Surely it's not Samurai Jack. Wasn't Dragon Ball, like the original Dragon Ball, out before Samurai Jack? Oh, this has been captured. Astro Boy. Wonder Boy. What is the secret of your power? Wonder Boy. Won't you take me far away from the mucky muck world? Some film in the early 1900s that had a samurai guy in it, but I don't know his name. Interesting. Bye, Dexter. AI answer. The earliest surviving anime is Namakura Gatana, The Dull Sword, a short film in 1917. While it's not known who the specific character is, the film features a samurai character who buys a dull-bladed katana. This work is considered one of the first examples of Japanese animation and a foundational piece in anime history. Interesting. I love how that very long explanation also triggered a heal for the boss. This is what I'm talking about. This is why this game is so much fun. Is because, like, we'll just be having a conversation about some weird shit, and then bammo, boss heals itself. This is what I'm looking for in my life right here. Would that have been the same artist who drew Astro Boy? That's interesting, I wonder. Gravy might still be around. I know they were popping in and out, checking their points. Yeah, all three of those people, Guardian and Gravy and Occam Star or Occam Razor or Occam whatever her name is. Occam Sphere. There you go. That's her name. But all three of them are pretty decent streamers, and I'm really happy about the fact that they've been doing a lot of streaming together and stuff. It's a really cool little group that they've got going on. Really cool little group they got going on. I like them all very much. I wonder if there's a date trigger. Oh shit. So Zoo's up to 200 points. Flap. They were playing Phasmophobia together. Gravy was the lone survivor watching them all get killed off. That's funny. Good attack, Sozu. Way to beat that mean old boss. Downgrading my Hulks from to Covetors. Oh, sorry, I missed you there, Gravy. Good night. Have a good sleep. Yeah, I had to stop mining Robin because I just kept getting pummeled every time I would go like out into the world. I would just get the crap kicked out of me. And I was tired of dying, so I came out here in a ship that has a sub 2-second align time to do this. Because I make more ISK per hour and I die way less. And when I do die, I lose way less. Because this thing is only worth 2 million ISK. It's just sensible. Just sensible. I'd do anything for you, dear, anything. For you mean everything. to me. Drat with another strong attack. Good work. I think they need a low mining hold ship that has the passive of the recon ships. I think that they need to reevaluate the entirety of how they do gathering in these games. Because every game that I've ever played like this, they all have this philosophy that if you're equipped to be able to gather resources, then your combat power, your speed, your ability to escape, almost all of it is almost always reduced, right? You have fewer hit points, all kinds of stuff like that. And that basically just turns all of your gatherers into prey animals. But when you have a game like this, where everything that exists is pretty much made by players, people have to gather. But nobody just wants to be prey all the time. So either you have to give gathering ships equal combat capability to the ships that might attack them, as well as their gathering capability, or you have to make them able to escape better, or you have to, you have to do something. It can't just be go out there and be a giant target and die. Like, that's not fun. Dog taco. That's funny. I haven't had a hot dog taco in a minute. I haven't had a hot dog taco in a minute. Recon ships have the can't be scanned by directional scanner thing. A T3 mining ship would be cool with that. Ooh, that's a really good idea, Sozu. Although I don't know that that would really have... I mean, I guess because you couldn't be scanned, you would be able to be, slightly off-grid. And so they would warp into the regular warp point, and you would just have time to escape. So that's actually a really good idea. I like that a lot. Really, really good idea. But honestly, I would just say add that functionality to literally every mining ship. so that you just can't get warped right on top of. So that there's any sort of preemptive counterplay that you can do to try and put yourself in a position to not just instantly get tackled and killed. Yeah, most new players are put off by the mining game because of gankers. I mean, yeah, absolutely. It's why I quit mining. And it's not even necessarily that I don't want to get ganked. It's that mining is so undervaluable, and I also get ganked all the time. Like, I'm already struggling to make currency as a miner, especially when you've got things like, hacking relic sites and data sites, or coming out here and doing this faction warfare stuff. I can do this in an extremely cheap fit. I can go hack data and relic sites in extremely cheap fits and have no problems, and make tons and tons and tons of currency. But if I want to make any currency mining, my fit gets more expensive, my risk gets greater, my ship is slow and fat and has no weapons, and so I just have no recourse at all, and I'm earning less ISK per hour than I am doing this. I mean, I might as well just, I'm literally making 10 times what I would make in a venture in high sec coming out here. I'm making 6 or 7 times what I would make in even a retriever in high sec. Well, dumb orca fleets made minerals worthless, and bots make more off mining by setting up buy orders than actually mining. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, and so a big part of that, Sozu, is what I always talk about, is there's no skill expression when it comes to mining, right? Mining is an extremely passive, system. So if there was some sort of skill expression involved, then A, the bots wouldn't be able to do it, right? People running 10 accounts at a time wouldn't be able to do it well. There's just a lot of stuff where if you changed the way the game worked and gamified gathering a little bit, then you could protect gatherers by making sure that what they wanted to do, that system they wanted to be engaging with, could actually have value. Y'all, Drat is single-handedly keeping y'all in the game right now. And you are right about that, Leza, that if nobody mines, there's no minerals. So you absolutely have to have people mining. And you really do. I mean, the only real way to do it is to gamify the mining system. You get rid of bots that way. You get rid of huge multi-boxing armadas that way. You get rid of all kinds of stuff. All right. Let's go get us some more points. In a region of space that isn't overrun with enemies. Said it for like 10 years now. I wish they'd revamp the game with a fresh server. Too much ISK in too few hands. I agree with that, but that's just a function of risk reward. A function of risk reward gameplay. That's always what's going to happen. If part of my ability to earn currency comes from taking it from other players, then that's always going to happen. And the other reason that happens is because the skill expression of the game and the skill expression of MMO games in general is too narrow because there's only really one skill set to express. It would happen again, but so many people leave because they learn about how long people have played. Well, but it doesn't have to be that way. If there were multiple different skill sets... Nice healed rat. If there were multiple different skill sets that you could use, if it wasn't all just the same skill set being expressed all the time, then you wouldn't have this really, really uneven wealth because you wouldn't have uneven skill. I mean, the skill would be still somewhat uneven, but you could smooth that curve out because the best players at the main part of the game aren't necessarily going to be the best players at every aspect of the game. If you create different gamifications, right, different gameplay mechanics that require skill at different things. And so that's a huge, huge misstep of modern MMOs especially, is they haven't started trying to introduce different player skill sets, not character skill sets, but player skill sets into their games so that, you know, players who are maybe bad at the FPS part of the game could be really good at the deck building part of the game, could be really good at the rhythm part of the game, could be really good at all these different skill sets that they could express. And so ultimately, you know, even though they're bad at one thing, maybe they're the best at something else. And so it kind of brings them into the middle. And they feel better about, you know, their gameplay. They feel better about their reward structure. They feel better about all of that. When you only have one skill set to express, then you know exactly where you are in the skill hierarchy. And it's really easy to identify that. And there's no way to circumvent that skill set to try and get yourself a leg up because that's the only expressible skill set in the game. So, you know, if all other things are equal, right? If I'm playing faction warfare and I'm in a max tier frigate with all of my max tier modules, I'm in a really good fit, and I go up against another player who's basically in the same style fit that I am, and we fight each other, then we know right away who's better than who because they're going to win that fight. But if there were some other aspects to the game, some other skill sets that I could express that would allow me to circumvent my lack of skill at this other skill set, then that person is no longer necessarily better than me at the whole game. They're just better than me at this one aspect of the game, and I can go, you know, earn currency and do other stuff at a better rate than they can doing these other things over here. And so I still have value in the world. But we'll see. Things might change in the MMO space.
Drat_erratic says chat, please type strong attack or base attack, and let's kill this boss.
They tried stupid Eve Echoes, but they let that company go way too greedy. Yeah, well, I'm a little concerned about the new one too, Eve Frontier, because it's going to have Web3 blockchain elements. So I don't know if it's going to be some weird crypto scam or if it's actually going to be a legitimate game. They're trying to create a system that allows for modding inside of the main server. So there's going to be, I think it was... It's too expensive. Eve Frontiers is too expensive? I didn't know Eve Frontiers even cost money. Or are you talking about Eve Echoes? I don't care how good it is, I'm not playing that, not paying that every month. Yeah, well, so I think the reason they're trying to go with the Web3 is it has something to do with your ability to code. I think, well, script, not code, but script inside of the main server. $499 knock a month. I don't know what a knock is. Divide that by 11.5 and you get USD. Okay. So like 40? Again, is that Eve Echoes or is that Eve Frontiers? Eve Frontier, okay. Crazy. They're charging already for that when it's only an alpha? Like, they're doing testing for it right now. I can't believe that they're charging a monthly subscription to play in the alpha test. There's no way. Oh, okay, so that's gonna be the cost. Got it. I mean, I haven't seen anything from CCP about what the cost of Eve Frontiers is going to be. So I don't know where that information is coming from, but I personally haven't seen it, so... Get tired real fast of mining ore, then needing more fuel just to get more ore, just to build XYZ and all that, just to need another crafting station. Yeah. I'm totally down for crafting all my own resources and making all my own equipment and all that stuff. But you can't be putting, you know, like that whole fuel mechanic is just there to eat away your resources. So you have to gather more. It's just there to be a time gate. And that's very artificial. I heard it in another channel, can't remember which, because I'm following so many. Could be wrong, just, yeah, I mean, it's fine to be hearing rumors. I want to make sure that I know whether or not that was something CCP said or if it was just something somebody else said. So I know if I need to go check and do my own research to know for sure. Because let's face it, people are wrong all the time. But yeah, I mean, $40 a month is pretty crazy. And I totally would be willing to spend that. But if a game is going to charge everybody who plays it $40 a month, it better be the most groundbreaking, oh my gosh, fun experience that I've ever seen in my life. They should drop the fuel or make it run out way slower than it is. I mean, you can't have artificial time gates like that in your game. You know, if you want to have a fuel system, that's cool. But you're just creating an excuse for yourself to make people need to spend more time mining because you can't come up with a creative enough gameplay loop for your gathering mechanic to make gathering itself take a lot of time. And that's stupid. Just make your gathering loop fun, and then you don't have to have those mechanics. Oh no, the boss is attacked again. Frontier's a waste of time and resources for CCP. I mean, it's going to make them a lot of money. And unfortunately, that makes it not a waste of time for them. They are... I mean, they're just trying to make money, which is fine. But the way they're doing it, you know, moving to a Web3, potentially having really expensive monthly subscriptions. I mean, we've already seen how poorly the monthly subscription in this game goes over. So, I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to do. I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know what the deal is. It seems to me like they're developing in sort of a monetization first way. Warships are changing. Technically, we got the Squall. Matter of time before ships come out with guns. I mean, definitely need mining gunships. What's the Squall? Oh, is this one of those special ships? I dig it. I can get behind this. I mean, this would be a really cool ship. Do they have, like, combat structures? They should make some sort of combat structures so that you can bring structures in your hauler like this to your PvP. And so you start your PvP engagement or whatever, and then you drop your combat structure, your turret or whatever, that has to stay in the same spot. No, Drat's running out of points. Now you're all going to lose. Drat was propping up the whole chat with all of his points from lurking. And now he's totally zeroed out. What are y'all going to do? Yeah, and you know, they got to stay in the same spot, so they'd be really good for like big blob fights or, you know, holding a warp or you put in a heroic effort, Drat. You really did. I'm proud of you. I'm very, very proud of you. However, I could see a problem. Every mobile item is able to be shot by anyone and turns him suspect. If it fires back, will it set the owner of the turret to a mutual combative to the suspect? That would cause more problems or cause more ganks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's definitely something that needs to be looked at, though. We for sure need, um, you know, just some more value out of being able to gather. Either more value or more security. One of those two things. Otherwise, it's just going to be kind of a dead activity. And like you said, it's only going to be bots that ever do it. And that's not good. Ba-do, ba-do, ba-do-do. Right. How much did we make there? 20,000 points. This is going to be end up being a great region for us, a great system. We're going to make at least 100,000 here. Gonna look for a bit and make something to eat. Ooh, food sounds good, actually. I could stand to have some rice. Might have to go do the same thing. Oh no! Boss attack again! We're dead! We're all dead! Yeah, I think since we've got 15 minutes here at this structure, I'm gonna go ahead and move to the edge here. And it's possible I'll get blown up if I leave, because there is a person in here. But we're gonna go ahead and go to the edge here. We're gonna do our little sit around and wait thing. And while we do that, we're gonna go use the restroom and fill up our water and get something to eat and all that stuff. And then we'll come back and we'll play some more. Play some more while we sit back and wait for the inevitable demise of chat. Yeah, Laza, it was great to, oh dang. It was great to get a chance to talk to you and hang out with you in the chat. I really appreciate you stopping by and say what's up. I hope to see you around some more. Yeah, we'll see you later. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes here. I'm gonna go get me some food. All right, I'm back. Gonna eat these tacos. I decided to have tacos because, gotta have tacos. Wow. definitely need to increase the amount of time each chat message extends the boss's attack. And maybe, because right now it's kind of an obscured or hidden thing, and because it's based on a timer, probably it needs to say. So when the boss's attack triggers that delay, probably what I want it to do is say how long that delay is going to be, so that then everybody can see like, oh, okay, wow, we're getting a delay of X number of seconds, or maybe even potentially a couple of minutes. And that's what all this chatting did for us. And then I also think we have had a couple of attacks happen outside of the structure of the auto attack, but I don't think it's been often enough. So I probably want to try and get like 200 words that could potentially trigger the boss's attack. Like just for its basic attack. And then maybe, 100, 150 for its heal. And then like 20 or 30 words for its big attack. But those are fairly small fixes. That's just a matter of changing a couple of variable values, so I can whip that out real quick. We'll definitely change that by tomorrow. I think 10 seconds per chat, just based on about how large our chat is for right now, will probably be enough. In some of those 5-minute intervals, you all had put out, 10 to 12 chat messages, which could have delayed that by a whole 2 minutes instead of just 20 seconds or 10 or 15 seconds, sorry. And I mean, just a few seconds just isn't enough. It needs to be significantly more impactful, or the risk reward doesn't match up, right? The risk of potentially hitting an additional attack needs to be approximately the same as the value you get from putting out a bunch of chat messages. Holding off the attack for 15 seconds when you potentially could trigger an entire additional attack doesn't really add up, So we'll see what we can do there. I think overall the amount of points it takes to trigger the attacks is maybe enough. But I also, there's a potential there for people to kind of be forgetting about the fact that the attacks even exist. Because they're just waiting. You got to wait 15 minutes or whatever before you can really trigger one of the attacks. So maybe reducing that time, maybe reduce the timer down to 3 minutes per 50 points. And then it would only be 9 minutes to get your base attack off. But if that's the case, again, we also talked about maybe extending the time between the boss's auto attacks and increasing its damage. So maybe I'll double it. Maybe I'll take it to a 10-minute timer And 850 points. Goodness. But yeah, maybe I'll take it to a 10-minute timer and then double the damage output. Nice with the heal. That's a good plan. That's a real good plan. But that way the attacks are happening less often, as well as giving us more time to delay them. I think I like that. So we'll switch it to a 10-minute timer, double the damage of the basic attack during that time. We'll switch it to 10 seconds per chat message for increasing the timer. We will reduce the time it takes to earn points, so you earn more points. And then we will drastically increase the number of words that can trigger the boss's attacks. And I think the way I want to do that, nice with the strong attack. I love hearing those sounds. It's so great. I love it so much. But I think instead of just deepening the one synonym system, I'll probably broaden it. So I'll probably find like 5 or 10 words that I want to get a bunch of synonyms for, and then get, 20 or 30 synonyms per word that'll be added to the triggers. So that way you'll have to be careful of a lot broader number of words. Nice. Good work, monkey. Messing that boss up. Messing that boss up. You should make it with the FW anything related to Amar. Ooh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. I haven't really considered tying the things into the game that we're playing, but that definitely does make a lot more sense. I was thinking much more generically, but obviously if we're going to be playing a certain game, then people are going to be talking about it more in chat. So that's an interesting idea. I do see one potential issue with that is I wouldn't want people to not talk about the game for fear of triggering the boss. I do definitely want to come up with some thematic bosses specifically for the game that we're playing, but I also want the bosses to maybe serve as like a historical record of the games that we've played, kind of like I do with the emojis, because I have emojis from a bunch of different games as I've gone through them with the stream. So maybe making a boss or two that have some sort of association with Eve would be a lot of fun. So that way, if we ever move on from Eve or whatever, then we still have sort of an anchor back to our time in Eve Online through the boss game. Honestly, maybe making a boss for each of the factions would be cool. That's a really good idea, Slim. Really good. Broken clock is at least right twice a day. That's not necessarily true. It could be 1 second ahead, and then it would never be right. Or it could tick 1 millionth of a second too fast. And then it would only be right once per however long it took for it to catch up and take over that 24-hour difference. Or 12-hour difference or whatever. Just saying. What do we got? We're almost at 3 million faction LP here. I need to get some ISK for this. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Might have to go in here and... Nope, wrong. Maybe just go send some freaking emails. Alright, let's send this email to all these fools. But then if it is fast, it won't be right, as it is on the next day. Well, sure, but I mean, if it's right twice a day, then technically it's not right on the AM, PM, right? Because most clock faces are only 12 hours. So by that same logic, it's only right once a day if it's totally broken and not moving. Because it's only showing AM or PM. So if it's only a 12-hour clock, it doesn't have a date on it. So it's still right whenever it catches up. however many days that takes. All right. Got some emails out. Hopefully we'll get something back. Oh no, that's just my war contribution. I was like, oh, did I already get an email? But I didn't, which is sad. Which is very, very sad. Because I need me some points. I need me some ISK. I need to buy some Plex. I need to Plex another account. Then we'll be doing this on 2 accounts tomorrow. Like a boss. Talk to corporate like a boss. Approve memos like a boss. I just thought of an interesting idea. So I want to make items for the game for every time the boss is defeated. But something else that would be interesting, I think, inside of that is to maybe allow people to forego items to mess with me. You know, I don't use a cam, so you just have to trust me, but you could. There have been a couple of times where people are like, you should give us redeems so we can make you do push-ups or something. But we could maybe do that with the boss kills. Like if everybody in the poll wanted to forego getting an item to make the chat character stronger, and instead they just wanted to mess with me and make me do 10 push-ups or something, and then I would do 10 push-ups. Could be at least mildly entertaining. Heyo, what's up, Party Wizard? Long time no see. I see those Minecraft streams have been doing good. Over there just killing the game, brother. Keep missing you by like 5 minutes. It's all good. We have a new like crazy thing going on. I'm making a game for the chat. So this is the representation of chat over here. It's the bunch of nerds. Because y'all are nerds. And then this one over here is the Thesaurusaurus. And that's the boss that chat is fighting right now. But if you look in the description of the video, there's kind of an explainer about how the game works. Well, they're supposed to be nerds, but I'm not an artist and I used an AI to make it. So it's not as good as it could be. If I had $50, I would commission somebody to draw me a character, but I don't, so. You know. We get what we get. One day we'll have real art. But it is not this day. I did make the animations myself, though. So this is the chat attack animation. Literally the first animation I've ever made in my entire life. And this is the boss attack animation. But yeah, there's a point system that can be earned on either Twitch or YouTube. And there are some chat commands that allow you to do your attacks. And then based on the things that are said in chat, sometimes the boss attacks, and then the boss automatically attacks on a 5-minute timer. But that timer can be extended by chatting in chat and distracting the boss. So it's ultimately just a system to gamify, chat, so that there's more activity in the chat, which ultimately helps me get more people to watch the stream, but also gives chat something interesting to do with their time while they're watching. So it's pretty fun. It's been going really well today. We've had a lot of people being, interested in interacting with it, and it's been a good time. We've been working on it for about 4 or 5 days now. So there's obviously a long way to go to make it much, much better. Maybe even get like some 3D characters in here instead of 2D. I gotta do better animations. Oop, that was the auto attack there. But I'll do some better animations and stuff like that. Heyo. Party Wizard laying the smackdown. You can also use exclamation points to see how many points you have. No, you get 50 points every 5 minutes. So yeah, I didn't want to trigger the points based on how much you're talking. Because I didn't want people who were like lurking and stuff to miss out and not gain their points. So it is just based on a timer. Because I don't want to alienate the lurkers, you know? Lurkers are the bread and butter of these things. Oh, new message from Chipped Ham. I'll buy for 700 per LP. I think not. I think not. Let's see. Chipped Ham. Show info. Chipped Ham's LP buyback. So we're going to go in here. We're going to go to donate. Ooh. Chipped Ham's LP buyback. We're going to send them the Liberation Force. We're going to send 2.9 mil. That's 1,000 million. Transfer. Yes. Oh, shiznat. Drat coming in with another attack. Happened at the same time as the auto attack. That's pretty funny. Got like this counter move thing going on. Did the animations get crossed? Did they both jump to the center at the same time and do their animations like they were actually fighting? Let's see, 2,900,000. times 750 equals 2.175 billion. Booyah. What is an angry chihuahua? What is going on up here? Oh shit, and a strong attack. Yo, the boss is gonna go down today. Boss is gonna go down today. We only need 7 more strong attacks or 18 more weak attacks. Oh yeah, another strong attack. Shoot. Y'all are killing the game over here. This is great. I'm so excited. Unfortunately, I haven't made any items. So that when we kill the boss, we can like get items yet. I'm gonna have to do that tonight, I guess. But let's go look in the market here. And let's look in the Plex market. And let's buy... Oh my gosh, the price is still falling. So good. We're going to place a buy order here for 5.431 mil. 5.431 mil. We want to buy 395 to get us up to 500 for one of our accounts. We're going to leave this up for 3 days, although I doubt it'll be a problem. It's going to cost us 50 mil. Total, it's going to cost us 2.195 billion, which is going to leave us with 500 mil. Well, 400 mil. So let's buy this. Down to 400 milli. Corporation wallet has 40 mil. That's all very fantastic. I love those two emojis together, Drat. Looks like you're trying to attack the boss there. It is a little spendy. It is a little spendy there, Party Wizard. But it's worth it, because if we get that Plex, then we can buy premium on another account so we can play both accounts at the same time. Because, you know, that's what we gotta do. We gotta do what we gotta do. Okay. Wrong button. What is going on up here? Why are all these factions stuck up here? I'm probably gonna have to close the game at some point to get rid of whatever that is. That's okay. That reminds me, I have a math course I've been dreading starting on Monday. Gross. Oh, dude. That's awful. Math sucks. Of all of the horrible ass subjects you could study out there, math is the worst. Who even uses that stuff? I got a calculator in my pocket everywhere I go. I don't need no stinking math. Yeah, see, I don't even know what the different kind of maths are. Like, I know algebra and geometry, and I kind of know what trig and calculus are, but not really. And then there's differential equations, and there's apparently discrete mathematics and statistics, and like there's 14 billion kinds of math. I hate it. Who needs to know all of those math types? Nobody. There's not even any reason for them to exist. They only help advance science and medicine. Who cares? I know I don't care. Oh no. Chat's just barely below half health. What are you gonna do? Yeah, so we definitely need some triggers in the chat for spending your points more expansively. Oh shit, Party Wizard's got 500 points. Get him, Party Wizard. Get him. Try and strong attack him again. It's 300 points for the strong attack, bruh. Nice. Yeah, we're definitely going to we're going to set it up so when we break viewership thresholds, it will trigger a multiplier, and then when we break chat count thresholds, it will trigger a multiplier for a brief period of time. For sure, for sure. And then I'm going to record some voice lines so that the boss can say things when he attacks. We're going to have a fully voice acted in chat stream game. All going to be voice acted by me. Oh, that's going to be fun too. I'm going to have to set one up. Set up a voice line for when the boss enters. So, you know, there'll basically all the bosses are going to die sort of in the middle of the streams. So I'm going to have to trigger new bosses in the middle of the streams. And so from now on, when I create a boss, I'm going to give it a like an introduction voice line or something like that. So when it spawns in, it'll say something. So good. The other thing is, and I've sort of talked to Gravy about this, but I'd like to talk to you about it too, Party Wizard, is I was thinking of using other streamers as potential bosses. So I don't know if you have some sort of like a cartoon representation of yourself or some sort of image file that could be used to represent you as a boss. But then if you have any sort of like catchphrases or, you know, things you say a lot or anything like that, we could use those as sort of a theme for what your attacks would be triggered based off of if people say, you know, the same things that you do inside of the chat and stuff. And so then instead of just fighting random bosses, we could like fight other streamers and stuff, which I think would be super dope. But if you're interested in being bossified, send you some stuff on Discord this week. Just have to put feet on my little party wizard. Oh, nice. Nice. Just make sure you cover them feet up with some shoes. I don't need no fetishized party wizards. Use them in thumbnails sometimes, but he's not complete. Yeah, anything that you can send me, and if there are things you don't want me to do, like, so my intention is I'll rig them up and I'll make some animations. If you already have animations, then, and you're willing to let me use those, then that would be great. Otherwise, I'll rig it and I'll do all that. But if there are animations you don't want him to use or something, I'm not gonna make him do anything weird or anything like that. But, or if you don't want me to animate him, I'm more than happy to leave him. But we'll talk more about it. It's gonna take me a while to get the game in a place where I want to really start doing that cool stuff. So. I didn't figure. But yeah, the biggest thing is I just want to, my birthday's coming up on the 2nd of October. And so I'm going to use this game as like a streamathon system for that stream. And so instead of trying to have a subathon like a lot of people do, where, every time somebody subs or donates or anything like that, the stream extends, I'm going to set it up where every time chat kills one of the bosses, the stream extends. And so we're gonna call it a streamathon instead of a subathon. And then we'll let it go for like a maximum 48 hours. And we'll start it off at, say 12 or 16 or something like that. And then if they can kill the boss in that time, then we'll move on to a longer and longer and longer stream. But that's when I want to have, I want to have 7 or 8 bosses in the tank by then, with some different mechanics and, different ideas. So if you have any theme ideas for the party wizard boss, if you have any, little mechanical ideas you can think of, that would be cool for some of their attacks or anything like that, let me know and I'll see if I can't get them incorporated into the game. Oh yeah, another slice. And another slice. Oh, we're down under 100 HP now. Oh my goodness. 4 strong attacks or 10 base attacks. And the boss will be defeated. Negative, it's 150. You get increasing value per point the longer you wait. So it's 150 to do 10 damage. It's 200 to heal 15. And it's 300 to deal 25. I'm going to turn that into a command, and it's going to cost 1 point, and it's not going to do anything. It's going to say, so-and-so used soft slap. It was ineffective. But it's going to take 1 point, which is going to ruin the cycle. This game has been so much fun. I seriously can't get over how much fun the chat game is. I'm sure it's a lot more fun for me than it is for y'all. Yeah, it was good to talk to you, Party Wizard. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for being super active in the chat and helping me test this game out and stuff. So good. So freaking good. Don't worry, tomorrow it's changing. So you'll get 50 points every 3 minutes instead of every 5. So you'll almost get points twice as fast. So that you can interact more often. I'm gonna have to start writing stuff down because I'm gonna forget to do all the changes that I'm supposed to do. And then tomorrow's gonna come and people are gonna be like, I thought I was supposed to change. You lied. Oh, hey, I got my 500 plex. Alright, now I gotta figure out how to send this plex to myself. For real though, I should do that. I think I have to send contracts in order to be able to do this. You can create one more contract. Your skill level allows you to create a total of 1 outstanding personal contracts at any time. You can create 500 more contracts issued to your corporation or members of your corporation. You can create 10 more public contracts on behalf of your corporation. Okay, I don't even know what the hell this is, but let's create a contract. Okay, this is a private contract. It's going to go to Survival Hermit 2. Right, let's look at my character sheet. Okay. Survival Hermit. Actually, I put caps in there, so let's do that. Survival Hermit 2. In my corporation. No. Why can't I unclick this? Oh, there we go. Oh, so I can just put it out for my corporation. And then anybody in the corporation can take it? Okay. We'll close that. We'll put it in my corporation. Do I have to put my plex in a station? Train trade contracting to level 2. Okay. Where's my stupid skill button? I don't know what these things are up here, but they're like in my way and I don't know how to get rid of them. There we go. Trade contracting. Is that corpo management? No. Is it social? Contract plex from the items area of your inventory. Okay. Contracting. Buy and inject. Whoops. Apply skill points. Okay. Have not trained all the required skills. I need social.
Skill training completed. Skill training completed. Skill training completed.
Oh, I could have just gone contracting one. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll take contracting too. Who cares? Hey, this stupid thing finally left. Nice. All right, so we go to contracts, create a contract. We're going to do my corporation. It's an item exchange. We go next. There's no option in here to choose my inventory to my other account. Do I have to do private, not on behalf of the... do I need to be able to, or do I need to dock up to be able to use my item inventory or my wallet? Okay. Stations. Oh, that's as good as any.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. I don't need to close this, I'm sure, to do whatever it is. Got it.
I will pay. I will receive. Expiration 3 days. Description. Yeah. I mean, that's just a holdover from back when Plex didn't stay in your wallet. Right? And you could, like, actually lose it and stuff. So I can just leave this stuff blank, right? And they won't. I don't pay anything, they don't pay anything. I will pay 0. I will receive 0. 4 Plex. 2 Survival Hermit 2. Do they have to come here to get this? Okay. So how do I just straight up send them the Plex then? Because people have given me Plex where I didn't have to do anything. Like I was just out in space and they sent it to me. Weird. Well, that's sad. I don't want to send it here then. I'll go back to my main dock at some point. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just go back to my main dock and do it there because all of my other accounts are already there. So it won't cause me any issues that way. There is suddenly an ass ton of people in this zone. Oh, I don't. It only took me 6 days to make that, so it doesn't really matter to me. Easy come, easy go, my friend. One of the benefits of being a complete degenerate and literally spending 100% of my day playing this game is none of it actually matters. But I appreciate the help. It would have taken me an aggravatingly long amount of time to figure out that I had to go to a station to do it. And by the time I figured it out, I would have been real mad. Yo, what's up, lounge? I mean, I just wasn't 100% sure that I knew how to spell my own name. I'm sure the drinks have nothing to do with it either. How could you possibly be in a good mood, inebriated? It's so bad for you, but I love being just a little bit tipsy. Just a glass or two of wine in so you get that nice little floaty feeling in your head. So good. Glad you had fun, though. I mean, how anybody could be in a blissful state after drinking the most disgusting liquor in the history of humankind, I don't know. Gin tastes like moldy Christmas trees. It's disgusting. I'm not uncultured. I'm just a sailor. Give me that sweet, sweet rum anytime. Rum and tequila. Margaritas and rum and cokes. It's all a growing boy needs. All a growing boy needs. You just hate your taste buds, don't you? Bourbon and gin. It's like you're trying to have a bad day. I don't even understand it. Wake you up. That's what the Red Bull's for. I take 220 milligrams of caffeine every morning when I wake up. Because if I don't, I am a literal fucking zombie. I mean, it's only like 4 cups of coffee worth. It's not that much, and I'm a big motherfucker. I'm 6'2", pushing 300, so... I got a lot of bloodstream for it to flow through, you know what I mean? But it sure does put some pep in your step. Wakes my ass up so I can get on stream. Otherwise, I'd have to wake up super early in the morning so that I'd actually be awake by the time it was time to stream. And who the hell wants to wake up in the morning? That's gross. If it's not afternoon by the time I open my eyes, I am unhappy. Yeah, every day. 6+ hours a day. Or at least I try to. For the last year, I've been streaming an average of 40 hours a week. So just like a full-time job. Not that I actually make any money at it, but I started a little over a year ago. Actually, about a year and 3 weeks. Just recently had my 1-year anniversary. Wow. Hey, I actually saw that. I happened to be having my OBS open when that attack went off. Oh goodness, we're down to 45 hit points. We're so close. This is so exciting. I'm so excited. So friggin' excited. Oh, shiznit. We're down to 20 hit points. Only 1 or 2 more attacks. And that'll be all she wrote. The Thesaurusaurus will be no more. I'm a little sad for the Thesaurusaurus. All y'all over here ganging up on him. Bye, Thesaurusaurus. Congratulations, chat. Chat has defeated the boss. Congratulations, nerds. The realm is safe once more. That was very unceremonious. Like the boss dies and just boop, gone. Wait, what just happened? Let's just disable all that real quick. Then we'll turn the boss off. There we go. And then we'll give y'all back your 10 hit points. Because I'm such a sweetheart. All right. Cool. That was very exciting. I'm glad to see that we could kill it in one day. Although I don't think defeating the boss in one day is really what I'm looking for. I would like it to be like a persistent multi-day thing. That is a virtual impossibility. Party wizard. I could maybe make like a reactive animation where like when the chat was attacked, it could do a reactive animation and then like a spray of nerds could come off of it. But I couldn't make the image itself lose pieces. Hey, yeah, Robin, have a good day. Thanks again for the help with the Plex thing. I really appreciate that. And thanks for being so active in chat and talking and stuff. I really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, actually, I guess that might work. BS Lounge. Could maybe do that. Eventually there will be like armor and equipment covering the chat image. But I do like the idea of just maybe making a reactive animation, and when he gets hit, just having a spray of nerds fly off, and then just having chat still look there. So it's kind of like getting bloody, or it's kind of like a spray of blood when you hit something in a regular game, but instead it's a spray of nerds. But I don't know if updating the sprite permanently. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I definitely want to have some sort of a status bar, not just health. I want all of the different statuses. So, we've been talking about having times where damages are multiplied and stuff like that. So I'd like to get a buff and a debuff bar, and I'd like to start implementing more attacks. So it's not just base attack, strong attack, heal, but base attack, strong attack, buff, heal, debuff, armor, lots and lots of different stuff that all have varying point values. Maybe some that can only be used sometime. So right now there's a global cooldown on the attacks that's just a couple of seconds, so that the attack can actually do all of its stuff before we do another attack. But I would love to maybe have, some ultimate abilities that people could use. If you wait and you save up and you get, 2,000 points or something like that, and then spend them on a really big attack that can only be used like once an hour or something like that. Oh, you don't have to you don't have to apologize or anything like that. I want absolutely input. And y'all reminding me of things, like I had forgotten that I wanted a status bar or a status region until you said something about a health bar. So that stuff is all just helping keep things fresh in my mind. The development of this game has gone way better than it should, because I've had chat here to throw ideas out and to tell me when, maybe something isn't looking like it's going to work right or something like that. So I welcome any and all ideas, as long as y'all understand that I may or may not implement all of them, or may or may not even be capable of implementing all of them. Then I am more than happy to take any sort of input that you might have. I'm enjoying talking about this chat game so much. It's, just the most fun. And I feel so good about how quickly it's come as far as it's come. It's a really basic game, but I've never made a game before. And so the fact that it's working, and that, whenever I try and implement something, it actually starts to work the way it's supposed to. And, even if the balancing is a little off and stuff like that, that's all tweakable, changeable things. And, if the fun factor isn't there, then we can always find new ways to make the game a little more fun. But I'm just tickled to death that it's working and that people are using it, and that it's, it's interesting. And I think it's very unique. I know that there are, Twitch fight games and stuff like that you can use your channel points for. And, some of that stuff is really in depth and can be used across multiple streams and stuff like that. But this is, I think, an extremely unique way to go about it. I don't know if any of those games implement anything where random chat words can trigger the bosses to attack. As far as I know, they don't. So I think that whole idea is just incredibly unique to this little game that we're building here. And as I improve the balance of it by improving more triggers, because right now mostly what we've gotten is just the LLMs have really opened so many doors. Cool to hear you say you aren't a coder. Yeah, I think so too. And I think that that's kind of the most important thing about LLMs in the programming space is the ability to make little stuff like this for ourselves, right? LLMs are probably not ever going to help completely inept people make, AAA style video games. But this is something I could have never even imagined making 5 years ago. Even as simple as it is. It's really funny because it would have taken somebody who actually knows how to code approximately 10 minutes to do what it's taken me like 15 hours to do, but completely inept people have been running companies since way before LLMs. I don't think anything can help the inept people who run companies. I don't think that most of those people would know a good idea if it jumped up and smacked them in the fucking face. Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. The LLMs are coming for management jobs first. All you need to do, if you want to get rid of your middle management, is you need to create a forum and train an LLM, like persistently train an LLM on that forum, and just let all of your like worker tier employees have access to that forum to punch in ideas and stuff like that and have conversations with each other, and just let the LLM feed on all of that information and listen to everything that they're saying and assimilate it into, like the things that that group of people think are the most important, because it's really good at aggregating data like that. And then instead of having a manager who you go and ask what you're going to do, you just ask the LLM, what's the thing I should be doing today? And it would be able to assign tasks so much better than any middle manager, like all day, every day. And all it takes is just empowering the regular employees, right? The lowest people on the totem pole, who are the subject matter experts most of the time, and who, are in the trenches doing the job every day. Just give them an access to a forum so that they can talk to each other about, what needs to change about the job, what could be the best about the job, all that. And then query the LLM that's been training off of that data. And bammo, spit out the answer. And that answer would be based on all of your employees' desires. Instantly get rid of, all of your management, pretty much all the way to the tippy top, could be removed at that point. Which I'm excited for, because none of those people are even remotely useful. it would be a really easy way to identify gaps in like resources and equipment as well. Because if you had a bunch of people, you know, you'd have your supply person, assuming any knowledge work would be left. In all likelihood, if it gets to that stage, then LLMs can do the work too. I mean, I don't think so. I think the management job is the easiest part of that job, right? Because we already have LLMs capable of doing that. Because it's just aggregating what people are saying and then spitting out the most likely answer to a question based on what all those people have been talking about. I think, like I said, it's also a good way to identify gaps in resources or materials or equipment. Because if all of your employees who work doing a certain job, you know, are constantly getting in the forum like, hey, it'd be really cool if we had this piece of gear. Hey, we have this really cool, or we have this, you know, we need this, or we have, you know, we're running out of that or whatever. And if everybody's posting in that forum, your supply people could very easily be like, you know, hey, what's the most critical new piece of technology we could use, or that the employees think that we could use for X job, and they could just shit out answers for you. But you're right, easy to do is not mean likely to adopt, especially considering the fact that the people who would be the ones out of a job in that situation would be the people who would be doing the adopting, so. Yeah, it is very unlikely, but they are definitely the group of people who are the most useless and who most frequently get in the way of fucking progress and getting shit done. So if you could just cut those people out of the equation, let the employees figure out what needs to happen, you'd end up with a lean, mean fighting machine. Oh, look, it's my planetary industry note. I should start using my notebook in this game more. Yo, what's up, Commander Salad? We defeated the boss today. It took pretty much the entire stream, but we got it. We've got the new commands implemented. So, now the chat attacks are based on commands. And the boss has an auto attack timer on top of all of the potential chat words that could trigger attacks. So we're going to expand the chat words that can trigger attacks for the bosses so that it attacks and does things more often. I've been flying about in the Maelstrom in level 4 missions. Oh, nice. That's fun. What's a Maelstrom? Show me potato salad. Ooh. That's what I'm talking about right there. Large projectile turrets, shield boosters, shield extenders, armor plates. What do we got in here? Look at this thing. Yo, this thing's dope. Oh, look at all that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 turret hard points. Oh. Oh, it's so pretty. Oh, 100 M3s for drones. Oh, it's beautiful. It's just beautiful. My current fit has an alpha strike of almost 8k damage. Ooh. Are you using artillery? Yeah, are you using the artillery type? Stuff up there? Artillery cannons! $14mm, 1400mm galliums. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that. What ammo you using? Let's see. We want faction ammo, right? Let's just throw some Republic ammo in there. I mean, just straight up Alpha Strike 5600. That's crazy. That's just bonkers. Am I done with this one or no? Okay. That's like with nothing. I don't even have the ability to fly a battleship, I don't think. That's crazy. Gosh, I can't wait to get into some bigger ships in a year or two. Gonna be so much fun. I surely you can email it to me in the game, right? Surely. Let's see. Let's simulate. Import, export, browse, save as. And I just drag and drop that. There you go. Drag and drop, baby. Drag and drop. It's just Survival Hermit with a space. I try to keep it as simple as possible. It's just me. Everywhere you go, if you see Survival Hermit, it's me. The man, the myth, the legend. Firestorm. Stimulate. Yeah, see, this is where all those extra skills that you have that I don't. Ooh. Some tier 2 hammerheads. But that's where all those skills that you have that I don't come into play, because, like, I can't. I'm 36 CPU down here. And my Alpha Strike's only 6,700 versus your 8K. But still, 101,000 effective HP. That's some massive, massive resistances. Oh my goodness, look at that. Over 65 across the board. That's beautiful. There she blows. I want it. Can't even fly it, but I want it. Get some implants and stuff like that. You could really push this. Are there resistance implants? Because if you could push that resistance a little more, you'd be real good. Or push the Alpha Strike a little more. That's a dope little fit right there. Dope indeed. And it's a Minmatar frigate, so yeah, running without implants already alpha. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. 8K Alpha Strike, no implants. And it's cap stable. That's nice. That's real nice. Real good for running missions and stuff, so you don't have to worry about sitting around waiting for cap recharges and stuff. Don't have to worry about managing your modules. Just go in there and blow shit up. Makes me wonder, though, what could you do, you know, if you were just trying to push the Alpha Strike on this and you weren't worrying about cap stability? Makes you wonder what you could do. Get some more resist, get some more damage. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't even think about adding Tech 2 guns, but you're right. Let's take... Let's go to turrets. Let's go to artillery Tech 2s. We want 14 millimeter or 1400 howitzer. Then we want to add, I guess we could even get Tech 2 ammo for it. Really see what's up. Used with Quake or Tremor. Let's just throw Quake in there. Yeah, so that took me from 67 to 74. Obliterated my power grid and the CPU. I could never use this. But it boosted my Alpha Strike 700, which was about 10%. So it'd be pushing you up near 9,000. With Quake, you got 8.1. Well, that's weird. Versus 7.7. See, I got way more. Or was I only at 6.9? Or was I at 6.9? I thought I was at 6.7 with the Tech 1s. Maybe I was at 6.9. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That would make more sense. Read it wrong. That's still like a 5% boost, which is pretty solid. A little more than a 5 to 6%. That's a pretty good deal. I love this thing. It's like a deadly ass pencil. It's sort of like that thing that Yondu uses in Guardians of the Galaxy that he whistles. If you took these weird fins sticking up and down off of it, that'd be exactly what it was. Just hitting targets smaller than a battle cruiser or a cruiser. Have to rely on the drones for that. Oh, okay, that's interesting. What's the range on this thing? Targeting at almost 100 kilometers. Optimal range 17, that's nice. The fall off is 74, goodness. Oh, your optimum is 31? Yo. Dang, dude. Crushing it. That's really cool, though. Yeah. Slow ass turret tracking, but it's all right. I love it. I'm gonna use it one of these days. My first battleship gonna be this fit right here. Well, with the tech ones, probably. For sure, for sure. Backing into a vagabond? What's a vagabond? Is that another ship? If it's not a Minmatar ship, I'm not gonna be your friend anymore. Yep, okay. It's a Minmatar ship, that's fine. I mean, it looks like a freaking serpent. This is awesome. How have I not seen this thing yet? I never looked at this. I never noticed that this even existed. I guess I always get caught watching that. But this thing looks so cool. I'm definitely using the Vagabond when I get to Cruiser. For sure. That's exciting. That's really cool. So many ships in this game. So little time to play with them all. And I want to play with them all because they're so cool. What do we got here? What are we up to in our LP? 137K? Starting tomorrow, we're multi-boxing, ladies and gentlemen. We got our 500 plex. Plexing up another account tomorrow in multi-boxing. It's going to be epic. We're just about to hit that 6-hour mark, though, with our GeForce Now session. So I think we're probably going to go ahead and call it for the day. Thank you so much, everybody who came out and was a big part of helping test the game today. I think we're doing much better with having the actual commands instead of triggering everything on chat. Tomorrow we're going to end up fighting the same boss again. I don't want to start making new bosses until we really get the balance and stuff down. Because it'll just mean less stuff to have to change as we figure out sort of where everything needs to be. So I'm going to increase the time between the auto attacks, and then I'm going to increase the damage. And then I'm also going to increase how much each chat message delays that auto attack. So within that 10 minutes, if there's, say, 20 or 30 chat messages, then we'll delay that attack by another 200 to 300 seconds. So we'll do 10 seconds per chat message. I've already got it set up to ignore my name and the bot's name. So whenever you do whenever you query for your points or anything like that, it's not going to give extra time for the bot's responses. It'll just give extra time for legitimate conversation talk in the game or in the chat. But that way we can extend that time so we get hit less, which is an important part of the defense, right? That's kind of the defense mechanic of the game. So I may even increase the boss's damage output more because the goal needs to be that the boss is potentially deadly unless there's chat actively happening in the chat so that we can, stave off the boss or whatever. Because if it's already not deadly, and then also you get to extend the amount of time it takes to deal damage, then it just becomes completely ineffective. So we'll want to make it a little more deadly, I think, and change that mechanic just a little bit to make it so that people can be more interactive with it. And then we'll start working towards some additional attack types like buffs and debuffs, time-based mechanics, things like that. We'll maybe have some skills that cost a lot but can only be used very rarely across the entire chat. So we'll put some global cooldowns. Maybe something like, you could spend 2,000 points to increase all the damage by 25 points for half an hour or something like that. And so that would be a really big boost to damage and stuff. And, it'll give people the opportunity to play together and do stuff that helps each other instead of just, I attack, and then also this person attacks, and then this other person also attacks. And so if we get some buffs and debuffs in there, then that'll make, comboing and working together more important. So we definitely want to do that. But, yeah, I'm really looking forward to developing this chat game. I'm really looking forward to being here again tomorrow and get to talk to y'all and see how things go. So thanks again. I hope everybody has a great night, and I will see you all on the next one.